Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently February 27th. Jumping into the market action here. As of now, you have small caps outperforming everything. SPY is slightly green, QQQ slightly green. We did have the core durable non-goods orders come out, came in slightly worse than expectations and consensus. And what's interesting is off of the week data, you've still had the dollar go from red to green. As you can see here, it marked a little bit of a low. The durable goods orders came in right at, 8:30. So right off of this candle here, we had a dip and it got bought right back up. So initial reaction was negative because the data was weak, and then still the dollar caught a big significant bid. You also have the long end yields pushing up. Big divergence between the 2-year, the 10, the 20, and the 30. 10, 20, 30 strong, up about 0.5% today. And the 2-year is weak. So what's interesting is now in terms of headwinds, tailwinds, oil right now is up 0.5%. Dollar just made a red to green reversal. It's still only up 0.4%, so it's not that crazy powerful of a move. But you have oil up, you have the dollar up, you have long end yields up, and then the VIX negative. So 3 out of the 4 headwinds right now for the market. This likely means that we could see some sell side pressure. In the pre-market, you did have Apple and Microsoft negative for the majority of the day. Microsoft just slightly turned green. NVDA was negative in the pre-market. That just slightly turned green as well. Some base is now trading up over 205. So definitely a stellar move for coin. I'm also looking at going long the SOXS at this double bottom 392 range or even around 387. There's a big technical support zone down here and technical resistance on the semis. You have at Viking Therapeutics gapping up on significant strength. Some individual high short interest names are squeezing a little bit today. You do have Tesla up about 2.37, SMCI down about 1.53. AMD's weak. You have Naturalgas strong today up 3%. Meta is slightly negative in the pre-market. Google's getting a bounce off of yesterday. I'm also looking at energy stocks. I like XOM and RIG for day trades as well. I think we could catch a little bit of a momentum bid in, say, RIG. RIG is just super depressed in comparison to where oil's trading. And I think we're starting to see a little bit of a round formation here. All right, markets are open, guys. Markets are open. We're seeing that initial gap up on the S&P. Microsoft coming in just a little bit. QQQ still remaining firm. Remember, the SPY did trigger that head and shoulders pattern on the 10-minute chart. Downside target, there still should be more downside off of this pattern. But you can get a bounce and retrace to the neckline. That's certainly possible. Shorts are favored at this 508.15 zone. But we can see we have a downside target around 504.65. Dollar's still trying to trend a little bit, but seeing a little slight consolidation. All sectors green except for healthcare and staples. Oh yeah, Eli Lilly is losing market share, I do believe, because of the Viking Therapeutics announcement. I'm actually going to go long the SOXS, guys. Long the SOXS. I just got filled at 392. 392 long the SOXS. But yeah, I do believe Eli Lilly could potentially be a continuation short. IWM's ripping. It is getting a nice bounce here, but it's gapping down quite substantially, down about 2% here. You can see it came in and filled this gap perfectly, and it's got a really solid bounce. Your first resistance on Lilly's right up around this zone. You can see it's hitting. Let's continue to look at the SPY. SPY 10-minute chart still holding this technical support zone. Morning, Mike. Morning. Yeah, you know, Palo Alto's had a stellar move off of the back of Nancy Pelosi hype. So, you know, it had that big earnings gap down, and then markets got whiff of Pelosi buying calls right at this zone here, adding to her position. And everyone's expecting it to work out like NVIDIA. You know, there's a lot of hype around it for sure. Look at XOM here. Guys, I like rig here on the long side. Guys, I'm going to do $105 calls on XOM. 105 calls on XOM. $105 calls on XOM. Seeing oil putting in a little bit of a 10-minute bull flag pattern. NVIDIA's moving up. Apple's still weak on the session. Same thing with Microsoft. All right, guys, those 105 calls are in the money on XOM. Those 105 calls are in the money, but I do think that there's more upside based off of this pattern here. We could see XOM going up all the way to this 105.83, so 106 zone. You know, it's probably prudent to take profits, secure some profits. Oil's still remaining firm though, so I'm going to ride this a little bit more. We are seeing the indices starting to see some profit taking, rolling over a bit. Coinbase still strong, NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft a little weaker today. Google still trying to hold its bounds. It's at the 100 period moving average. So there is some decent technical support in that range. Apple testing the lows of day. You can see the S&P is starting to wane just a little bit. Viable support is in this 504.40 range to 503.50. We'll see how price action gets in that zone. NVIDIA is now almost flipping back to the red side. SMCI down about a couple percent. Apple's negative. SPY Qs are coming down just a little bit. Russell's still the best performing index at the moment. Yeah, but Palo Alto, Ram, you nice job on that trade. I would definitely look at taking some profits on that name. You know, could it push higher and want to charge and fill this gap? Absolutely, but I'm actually looking at potentially some fading opportunities here on the intraday price action. So we're still holding this SOXS. Let's take a look at NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is actually breaking down here. NVIDIA is breaking down slightly here. That should apply pressure to the rest of the semiconductor complex. Take a look at that break. That's a nice head and shoulders pattern. That is triggering on NVIDIA, guys. Intraday 10-minute head and shoulders should yield about a 5.8% downside move. Doesn't necessarily mean it has to play out today. Odds are it doesn't play out today, but certainly not in the realm of possibilities for that to happen. We are seeing a little bit more selling occurring in the indices. SPY is basically gone flat now. Russell's still outperforming. VIX is still slightly green on the session. AMD is breaking down. SMCI. Meta's holding up well here. Google's getting faded a little bit. Apple at the lows. Microsoft at the lows. Bigger breakdown on NVIDIA, guys. Take a look at that NVIDIA chart. It's starting to really come in here. Let's look at our SOXS. So NVIDIA is now down 1% on the session. We're in the money on our SOXS, guys. We are in the money. Again, those XOM calls did go in the money. Oil's still looking strong. So remember, we discussed the headwinds in the market. Dollar up, yields up, oil up, nat gas up. Those are big, big headwinds in the market. I honestly can't chase Pan W right now. It's not in my wheelhouse and it's not in my criteria to chase this. Look at this move. I mean, you had a big gap down. Obviously, it was oversold off the gap down, but now you've had a huge move. You're coming up into this retest pivot zone, so there is some resistance here. Also a previous gap fill. So I'm more inclined to actually fade this. SPY just made a new low there. But as of now, no touch for me. I'll keep it on watch. I will keep it on watch. All right, guys, XOM calls are still pushing here. They're in the money. I'm actually going to look to secure some profits on XOM. Morning Trader 586 watching Nat Gas close. Yeah, Nat Gas is up nice, 2.95%. Oil up 0.74%. SPY new low. All right, guys, I took profits on those 105 calls. XOM 105 calls, I did take profits as they went in the money. Nice push on the semiconductor bear ETF here. So again, right now you have Apple negative, Microsoft negative, NVIDIA down 1.47. Pretty impressive. I do expect more weakness to creep into the entire market since semis are so weak. And Apple, I mean, just look at this NVIDIA sell, guys. It is taking the market down single-handedly at the moment. You're already down 1.73%. It's underperforming the Qs in the entire market. You'll have some support in the 770 range. But really the bigger support lies all the way down here at this previous pivot. Now down a couple percent on the session. Again, those XOM calls went in the money, guys, so I took profits on those 0 DTEs. Still think that there's more upside based off of oil's price action. But, we could even play rig on the long side here. SPY's just super, super weak at the moment. Nice little trade on SOXS at the moment. You're welcome, Ram. Thanks for your comments. Wow, guys, NVIDIA just absolutely getting trounced today. The sell side pressure is immense. Immense. Don't step in front of that freight train yet. It's not at technical support just yet. You may get a bounce here, but technical support is just a little bit lower off of NVIDIA. Now you can see you're hitting the support zone and you are bouncing at the moment. SMCI down now 6%. AMD down 1.5%. SPY dollar continuing to surge. So the Dixie's continuing to make some higher highs here. So that's certainly interesting to watch. Dollar is trying to make a little bit of a bullish reversal. QQQ is also triggered a head and shoulders pattern, guys. You are hitting the 10-minute EMA 113, so that is minor support. That is minor support. Still seeing XOM push up. Energy is still strong. Nat gas is taking a little bit of a breather here. AMD, Microsoft still selling off pretty sharply at the lows. Look at that sell off on NVDA. Now Microsoft's taking its turn. Microsoft looks like it wants this gap fill, guys. And again, Microsoft does potentially still have an hourly head and shoulders pattern here. We do have 10 a.m. data coming out. 10 a.m. data. Consumer confidence numbers are coming out at 10. So we've already taken profits on XOM today. Bitcoin's coming down, reversing from 57,000. Crypto stocks are still very strong at the moment. Tesla trying to move up. Apple appears to be triggering that head and shoulders on the daily. Not good for the market. Not good for the market. All right, NVIDIA's got a little bit of a bounce. Semis are still showing signs of distribution and weakness. You know, if things don't shape up off of the consumer confidence, this market could be in some real big trouble today. Real big trouble. We're still riding our SOXS long off that 392 zone. Took profits on XOM. And we're just sitting back and observing this market right now. We're in the driver's seat on our second trade. We've already pulled one winner. It's always nice to be able to be patient. I do have viable support on the SPY, right? But it's kind of my target range is this 504.64. You could easily overshoot basically into this zone here, this 504 zone on the S&P. Dollar is still at the highs of the session. So now we're at a point, guys, where if that consumer confidence number comes in hot at 10 a.m. and you've already seen the dollar make a red to green reversal off of weak data, what will it do if it has a fundamental backing of strong data? It could absolutely push higher into the 104 range. And that's when you see equities really get a bigger sell signal. At the moment, indices are trying to bounce ever so slightly. NVIDIA's had a nice, terrific bounce back to 780. Coinbase is coming in just a slight touch. Oil's trying to break out of its bullish flag pattern. Bitcoin's starting to come in. Dollar's still ripping at the highs, guys. Apple's still at the lows. Microsoft near the lows. Google's rounding down. Amazon's rounding down. The only strong horse in mega cap space looks like Tesla and slightly Google. Google's just getting an intraday oversold bounce. Viking Therapeutics is up 56%. It was up 100% in the pre-market, so it has faded quite substantially. You have Mara up nicely on the session as well. So indices are catching a small bounce here. IWM is still the best performing indice. Qs are negative, SPY negative. Apple down, NVIDIA down, Microsoft, SMCI, AMD, all negative across the board. So it likely means that the market should follow suit. Still some high short interest names squeezing people out. Likes of Carvana. Unity's down 9.23%. All right, guys, I'm taking a short on the SPY right here, 505.92. It's risky ahead of the consumer confidence number. It is risky because we could definitely pop. So 505.92, I'm short the SPY. 1/4 position. We have 10 minutes till the data. I'm hoping we can get a quick sell-off into the data. That's what I'm expecting. And then likely a little bit of profit taking we can do. Still long this SOXS. Microsoft testing the lows. Russell's now putting in an hourly reversal candle. Pretty powerful hourly reversal candle, might I add. Nice little sell-off. Potential bear flag forming on the S&P. You can see we have lost the 10-minute EMA 113, whereas the QQQ is sitting right on that EMA 113. You lose this little support channel, and you're now coming up into this gap window, this whole gap fill zone. So it's a big level for the Qs if we lose that zone. How's that Palo Alto doing? Is it still pushing? 50 daily moving average is really good technical resistance at 324.13. I may short it at that zone. If we push up off of momentum, I could see myself picking up some shorts on Palo Alto. 8 minutes till data. 8 minutes till data. Let's take a look at this VKTX. Look at that gap up. Wow. What an insane gap up. What a monster weekly candle. Excuse me. I would say the SPY pushing up here, creating your first little higher low. A little bit of a short-term positive sign. Still have Google curling down. That's almost gone negative. Tesla's still outperforming up 2.42. Stocks are getting a bounce. Dollar's at the highs of the session, guys. Dollar is at the highs. Nat gas is still holding positive gains. You even have oil consolidating bullishly here. Nice little flag pattern breakout above this previous pivot high. So this pivot high now becomes your support. You'll have additional support if you dip a little bit lower right in this zone. So you want to stay above the 77.68 range. And you can see oil is putting in a bull flag pattern, wants to break out. Remember, NVIDIA has triggered this head and shoulders. I'm going to take a high risk put position on NVIDIA. I'm going to take 770 0DTE puts on NVIDIA. 770 0DTE puts on NVIDIA. I just got filled. This is a high risk trade. It's a very high risk trade. Yields are quietly fading from the highs. So it'll be interesting to see if the dollar gives up any of its gains. But yields have faded just a little bit off the highs. Take a look at Eli Lilly. What a monster bounce. Wow. So big bounce coming into the whole market here. XOM looks interesting again. It's really dipping back down to that 104.70 zone. Does look interesting for calls again. Oil still remaining strong. Indices are pushing up ahead of the data in 3 minutes. Data in 3 minutes. Palo Alto is actually hitting a short zone now. All right, guys, I'm short Palo Alto, 324.20. It's a 1/4 position. 324.2. It's a 1/4 position short. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on the semiconductor trade, guys. 392 stop, break-even ahead of the data. And then basically stop loss on the SPY is going to be right above this high pivot, 506.20. So we're just putting some risk management in ahead of the data. Again, they're all 1/4 positions. So they're just starter positions on the trades. Thanks, Ram. Welcome to the team. I'll send you your welcome email. It's beautiful to have you to the team. All right, guys, data in 1 minute. So initial positive reaction from the markets. Our SPY stop did get hit there. Still interested in potentially fading. Consumer confidence came in worse than expectations, so it's markets are rallying here. Markets are rallying. So our SPY trade hit our stop loss there. I am interested in fading it again. Still holding the SOXS. It really hasn't triggered my stop yet. So a small loss there on the SPY, but we executed some proper risk management. All right, guys, I'm short the SPY again because I'm seeing the dollar right back up. Just got filled at this 506.28 zone. 506.28, still holding my socks. Pan W is moving up here. I just added to my Pan W at 326.86. 326.86. That brought up our average nicely. You can see that little quick snap sell-off. SPY still trying to push. Again, the dollar took a breather. You did have yields fall a little bit. The consumer consensus was 114.8%. It came in at 106.7. So definitely a miss. We're flat on our Pan W. We're flat on our socks. And we're flat on our SPY here. Now the data that has come out is all the data that's really market moving has kind of influenced the market. We should see price discovery hit now. It was kind of a very weak rally on the SPY. We'll see if it can build legs to move higher. Basically, you'll have resistance at this down sloping trend line. Actually draw it a couple different ways. Nat gas pushing higher here. Palo Alto's coming in just a little bit. So guys, we're seeing semiconductors trying to push up here just a little bit. I'm still holding my SPY short. We re-entered after a trigger stop with a higher average. I'm still holding this SOXS long, and we're holding a pan W short, which is actually coming in quite nicely. Our average is sitting at 325.55. It's a half position. SPY's coming in pretty sharply now. How long will it take? Like 5 minutes?
Yeah. Is he there? Is he...
I'm just messaging right now.
I'll make it through right now.
Alright, so we're just seeing the SPY really start to sell off. This bear flag formation is still technically valid and intact. Basically, we're nicely in the driver's seat for our pan W trade as well. So it's probably prudent to take some profits. I mean, we've had a $4 pullback on pan W, but it still had a pretty exceptional move. Really the first support level. I'd be surprised if we get a bounce here. I could see a bounce at this 317 zone. You even have bigger support right at this pivot zone. So at the moment, NVDA had that initial sell-off. It's really firmed up. Still negative on the session. SPY negative, Q's positive, Russell positive. But I do anticipate likely some more downside to ensue in this market. Lost out. Thanks, Fairweather. I appreciate the message there. Yeah, if I ever do lose audio, just let me know. Alright guys, so we're still seeing the SPY sell off here. Pan W is getting a small little bounce. Apple's getting a pretty big bounce. Google's curling down, Amazon curling down, Apple curling up, Tesla curling up, NVIDIA trying to also curl up. NVIDIA could be putting in a rather large 5-minute bear flag or bear wedge. Dollar did cool off there momentarily. Nat gas is still pumping. It's up 4% on the session. A stellar move for Nat gas. And it is looking poised to continue higher, guys. AMD's almost AMD went green. That's pretty amazing to see. So let me know. Oil just made a new high of day. Guys, I'm going to trade those XOM 105 calls again. XOM 105 calls. Basically just got filled. Seeing oil continuing to push up here. So XOM 105 calls. Stocks are trying to come down because AMD's pushed up significantly.
Okay, should be good.
UNG the best for longer term time frame nat gas investment. I'm out of oil as of yesterday. Nice profit on that. Good job, Fairweather. Nice job, Tom. Yeah, I like UNG because it doesn't have that extra decay like oil, KOLD. I mean, I've also heard some people, if nat gas is going to enter a bull market and put in a reversal here at these lows, then obviously other equities like AR, EQT will also gain momentum. I mean, you look at these energy charts like AR, EQT, LNG, they're really not that depressed in price action. They've been holding up fairly decently, even though nat gas has still been selling off. So what that tells me is imagine if nat gas has about a 40-50% bounce from here, what it would do to those underlying equities. It would be monster moves. But yeah, at the moment, I think UNG is the preferred trading vehicle, at least for me. All right, guys, I just took profits on Pan W. I just took profits here. I covered at 322.35, 322.35. So that's a nice little win on Pan W. Still holding this SOX Bear ETF. Still holding a SPY short. We have seen Tesla get faded. Meta's still holding up well. Google's gotten faded from the highs. Microsoft's still putting in a bearish pattern, but it is at hourly chart support. So to break this zone, probably need some more consolidation. Oil's still pushing up at the highs of the day. Interesting to see XOM still lagging. And Ram, you should have your welcome email. You should have your welcome email. So SPY's negative right now. Russell's still strong. Qs are slightly green. You have Apple, NVIDIA, Microsoft, SMCI all down on the session. So you have Meta trying to curl down, Apple curling down, Amazon's testing the low of day, Bitcoin struggling at the 57,000. You've been consolidating in a very tight range, but it has not been able to break that range. Oil starting to weaken just a tad. IWM still holding really strong on the hourly chart basis, still holding above some of the key moving averages. So small caps are still favorable for more upside as of now. I shorted Fun, PHUN, never seen a rebound after a split like that. Small position trying to test my theory, size trade. Let's take a look at FUN, Funware. Where'd you short this, Tom? What's your average on Fun? You know, the crazy thing about this ticker is all of this consolidation is still inside of your huge volume gap up. So this, technically speaking, could still be all inside bullish consolidation. So what does that mean? That means you could come all the way back up and test the high of the candle. Now, you could obviously, if you break this green bar, then you're going to gap fill. So it's a huge range. I mean, this is a volatile name, not something I trade all the time. Obviously, if there's a trade, we can take it. It does look in the short term, you maybe want to come up to test this gap fill. So I do think that could happen in the near term. Now let's look at the intraday chart. Yeah, look at this inverse head and shoulders forming. It's a pretty decent inverse. Almost looks like a long setup intraday. So if this breaks out of this little neckline, you have roughly a 36% move. That would take you into this gap fill. So that does look likely. Does look likely. So just be careful with this one, because it is still inside of this green bar. You got the RSI starting to curl up. Plenty of room to run into resistance. So just be careful with that one. Let's look at Pan W again. So again, remember we shorted Pan W right off that 50 period moving average. We discussed it ahead of time. We said 324.13 was big resistance. And look at that, boom. Huge reversal on Pan W. So nice job on that trade. Excellent positioning. Slightly down on this SOXS. Sorry, that's my cat making a whole crazy bunch of noise in the background. Now you have NVIDIA retesting the neckline of its breakdown pattern. So NVIDIA is coming up to retest this neckline. SPY is trying to push up higher here. Back to the green. Dollar still consolidating at the highs. Apple's made a solid push higher here. Oil is starting to weaken just a little bit. You've seen XOM actually turn flat. XOM has turned flat. Maybe energy stocks are anticipating potentially a stronger dollar. Crude, nat gas. Crude and nat gas. Yeah, we cover that pretty frequently on the video, so I'm not going to cover it right now. I mean, we can look at crude. Nat gas is up a few percentage points here. Let's actually take a peek at nat gas. So nat gas daily chart still stuck under this 185. I think once we get above 185 or 186, you squeeze to 206 and likely even 225. As of now, nat gas is approaching some technical resistance. Still could push up to this 186, so maybe a little bit more upside in the tank today, but you are seeing a small pullback. If you pull back to 182, you likely can buy it. Let's look at crude oil today. A nice little pullback into your support range, your first support range. Crude could be shaping up for a little bit of an inverse here. Take a look at that little technical breakout on the hourly chart, and you are putting in a nice pattern formation here. Beautiful inverse head and shoulders pattern is on watch for crude oil. That's the hourly chart. Again, you get an upside breakout of, or you actually have triggered the breakout, but you should have a move all the way up to about 79 on the charts. So keep that 79, 76 level on watch for crude oil. But it is seeing some consolidation now. Dixie, still putting in potential bull flag consolidation. Let's take a quick peek at NVIDIA since it was retracing to that neckline. Is NVIDIA going to get rejected here at the moment? It is seeing some sell side pressure. Nothing crazy, but definitely some sell side pressure. Not sure my CB says 0 after the split. Yearly profit is green, so must be slightly above where it is now. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, just be careful. Wherever your average is, that one could have a move back to the high end of the range, or at least that gap fill that we discussed. So just be very cautious with that name. Has rather large outsized moves. All right, so we are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in the semis. Nothing crazy here. Oil's trying to get another bid up. SPY still just stuck in this little bearish range here. Still just consolidating in this range. There is a chance we can push all the way up into these two resistance trend lines. Those are the levels to watch. You break through these two trend lines and you can retest the neckline. The dollar's still trying to push up. AMD had a massive bounce. Eli Lilly had a massive bounce. SMCI had a massive bounce. Guys, I'm going to take a Eli Lilly short, 771.30. I just got filled. 771.30. I just got filled on Eli Lilly. So that one had a massive gap down. 771.3. 1/4 entry. So it's just a starter position. But this one had that massive gap down on the back of VKTX, showing great positive clinical results in its weight loss drug. Obviously, due to the fact, stocks like Ozempic are under pressure because there's potentially a new competitor in the market. So this one flipped back to the green side. I expect at least a 50% retrace of this down move. But just the sheer power in Eli Lilly is exceptional. So we could see a move back down to 759. That would not shock me. That would not shock me. Semis are trying to push up a little bit here. SPY's trying to curl. Yields have softened quite substantially. Dollar's still holding slightly green. NVIDIA slightly red. Microsoft slightly red. AMD's up 0.5%. Tesla up 1.5%. I'll add to the position, the Eli Lilly position, if we push up to the 773. But then basically after that, my stop loss is going to be this high pivot. Only add 2 times. S&P coming in nicely now. NVIDIA is still underneath that neckline. So as long as you remain underneath that neckline, the odds of this head and shoulders pattern playing out to the downside are much, much more likely. And you can see we have about still another 6% down move in NVDA that should come into fruition. Markets are selling off because the dollar is getting a small pop there. Let's flip back to our Eli Lilly. That one is starting to come in nicely. Again, I think we could retrace at least 50% of this move on Eli Lilly. You know, just to think that Eli Lilly was down, and this is a huge, huge several $100 billion company. Eli Lilly was down at the lows 3.5%, and it rallied and turned green. Massive, massive move up. What an impressive rally. In terms of the sectors, utilities are the best performing sector at the moment, up 1.28%. Healthcare down, tech down, staples down, real estate down, financials down, energy down. So majority of sectors are red. You do have strength in materials, communications, industrials, utilities, and XLY, consumer discretionary. So stocks like Tesla are keeping XLY up. Amazon's kind of weighing in on the price action. Let's look at some of these high short interest names, see if there's any other setups. A lot of the high short interest names are squeezing. Carvana, Verve, LMND, Fisker, FSR. Let's take a look at this Fisker one. Maybe we can catch a little bit of a momentum trade, because this one's been so depressed. So depressed. You know, I like the fact that you gapped up today, had an initial sell-off, and you're holding above that initial sell-off candle. This chart could be on watch for a breakout, a rather large breakout. We will trade long on FSR if we get this little chart breakout, because this is a rather large base that we've created, roughly a 24-25% base. That could put Fisker back to the 77-cent target. So keep it on watch FSR for a long. This one's a high short interest name, so we're only going to trade this one because it looks like a momentum play to the upside. You are seeing it squeeze higher on the back of IWM strength. So definitely an interesting potential. We'll watch it. We'll monitor it. I'll keep it on my other screen. A couple other high movers. Plug Power up 9%. Laser, LAZR. A few other names also trying to push up across the small cap space. Again, remember, Microsoft's into that gap window zone. So Microsoft, the largest company, is showing signs of lower price action to come. So just be very cautious. Heavy weighting on cloud stocks, heavy weighting on the Qs, heavy weighting on IGV, heavy weighting in XLK. Let's take a quick peek at how NVIDIA is doing. Another bellwether name. Still finding some sellers off that neckline, but really it's not that big of a rejection. It's still holding up okay. The dollar's trying to break out of a bull flag here, guys. Dollar's trying to break out of a bull flag. It does look like it wants to go to 104. DVA, yeah. Yeah, nice pop today, up 2.3%. This is a nice bullish gap up. consolidation all inside of that green candle gap up zone, and it is trying to break out. You get a breakout here of this pattern, you're going to probably test this 148 zone, 149. So keep that on watch. Let's look at LLY again. That one's still trying. Bitcoin's still holding above 57,000, so that's putting underlying bid in crypto stocks. Dixie new high of day. Dixie new high of day. We are seeing Google, Meta, Tesla trying to curl up, Apple, Microsoft trying to curl down, NVDA curling down now too. There goes Eli Lilly potentially breaking down off of these dual you lose these two short-term moving averages on the 1 minute chart. That's not a good sign because they are trying to make a bullish crossover, but price action, sell side pressure is trying to stop that on Eli Lilly. Very minor support at this first fib zone, intermediate, and then bigger support. SMCI down about 3%. Dollar's still ripping here, guys. Dollar is still ripping. Nice technical breakdown coming up into Eli Lilly here. SPY also finding rejection. And again, guys, as long as this dollar remains firm, we are going to see the indices likely push lower. Look at this dollar breakout. That's a big, big breakout on the dollar. And again, the importance of understanding this. So we've had weak data today. Both the durable goods orders and the consumer sentiment came in weak. Typically, weak data causes yields in the dollar to fall. We're seeing the dollar rally off of weak data. That's a little bit of a character change in my opinion. A little bit of a character change for the market just in the short term. Obviously, one day doesn't define a trend, but just little nuances we have to observe. That is a character change in the market. Typically, markets love the weak data as it causes yields in dollar to fall. Usually, algos just bid up the market on the back of that weak data, and we're not seeing that. We're seeing a little bit more sell side pressure coming into the picture. So we certainly have to be wary of that. It's not crazy sell side pressure. I mean, indices are still green across the board, but certain names are showing some distribution patterns. It's now approaching the 10:30 time frame. I am going to hop off the mic around 11 o'clock, and I'll come back for the afternoon session. We are trying to catch a bid in the market here as the dollar is taking a small breather. Still holding Lilly short, SPY short, SOXS long at that 392 level. Let's take a look at Disney. Disney also trying to break out of the short-term pattern. Let's look at PLTR again. Palantir is grinding back to the highs of the session. How's Walmart doing these days? Walmart Basically had that stock split, now trading at 59.44. So weird to see Walmart trading at 59.44. Very weird. All right, potential little head and shoulders. You have a lower high, lower high, lower high on the SPY, but you have higher lows. So we are creating a little bit of a wedge pattern. This wedge pattern is getting very close to breaking either out or down. Right now, it looks like it's breaking down. If you break down, you do have a micro head and shoulders pattern on the intraday 1 minute chart here, which takes you down to about 505, 505. So we're watching that closely. Notice rejection off the EMA 113. Look at the trend here. EMA 113 rejection, 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 rejection. That's not what you want to see if you're buying longs in this market today. Dollar's still trying to grind higher here. Microsoft, Apple curling down. NVDA is seeing a little bit more distribution. Amazon's got a lot of bottom wicks off of this zone. What's Amazon trading into? So Amazon's really not hitting much support. Daily chart support, 4-hour support, hourly support. Not too much support here. Just the 10-minute EMA 113. Google's curling back up. Mike, you had a glitch or something in my paper account, and I got 4K on a Walmart short. 4K on a Walmart short. It's probably because they had a split. So maybe your paper count isn't showing the correct pricing mechanism. So, I mean, it was trading at, what was it, in the 150s? I think it did a 3-for-1 stock split, Walmart. So if we look at Walmart, I think it was trading in the 150s. What's crazy is I still have like resistance trend lines all the way up in that 150 zone. So, you know, probably if you were holding shorts in this 150 range and it obviously has a reverse split and falls 58%, your account might not be showing the right numbers there. Still seeing Eli Lilly come down, guys. We're up about 4.69 per share on the trade. Nice job. We're now slightly green on our semiconductors. Short. Let's see if we can get a real flush in the market. It does appear that the markets are in a distributive phase here. SPY has just been trending on the negative side for now a few days compared to the rest of the market. You know, it's been relatively weak, showing lower highs over the last couple days. Eli Lilly's still coming down, so nice job. I'm going to start to protect this trade, guys. It's a half position, so I'm going to start putting a stop loss on the trade. Actually, right above the EMA 113 here at 769. So we're going to lock in at least a couple dollars on the trade. But stop loss has been put on Eli Lilly. You can see we're now hitting that first fib retrace zone. Oh, it happened the other day? Yeah. Oil's still trying to push up. Nat gas still trying to push up. Bitcoin's still holding firm above just under or at 57,000. I think we're seeing semiconductors hold up relatively well because Bitcoin and crypto is strong. So a lot of that similar hype around GPUs, mining rigs are probably getting priced into the picture. All right, so here's the SPY breaking down. So remember, we still have kind of two head and shoulders patterns at play. The bigger one, downside target, takes you to 504.60. Believe it or not, I have a measured move down today of basically the extension move that I have is a pierce of 502. So all the way into this upsloping trend line. Now again, your gap fill is sitting all the way down here. But 502, pierce of 502 is my max extension move down today. That would imply roughly another 0.78% drop if we were to fulfill that. Obviously, we don't have to fulfill that. But that's under the assumption that we do fulfill it. And then remember that this is a shortened trading month, so we only close the month on Thursday, the 29th. Thursday is the last day of the month. So we'll get a new candle, monthly candle formation on all stocks on Thursday, which will be interesting because then we also get a new weekly candle on Friday. Microsoft looks like it wants to test the lows, guys. SPY is still negative. Take a look at Mr. Softy. Similar bearish pattern like the SPY, right? You can see the SPY here, and you can see Microsoft, very similar pattern forming. You can see Microsoft has broken down here, likely will yield more downside. But Microsoft looks like it wants to test the lows. And again, we're in this gap window zone. So odds are we push all the way down to this 402.27. We could see that today on Microsoft. That would actually give us our downside targets in the indices if Microsoft flushes to gap fill. This is a buyable zone. If we were to flush, I'm hoping we don't just grind lower because it makes the bounces a little less likely. But if we have a sharp flush on Microsoft, this 402.20 range, we can buy it for a day trade scalp. Still holding these semiconductors, which are basically just slightly up on the position. NVDA is still back below that neckline. It is also showing a little intraday head and shoulders pattern that we're triggering right now, just like kind of Lilly did up here. You know, Lilly showed that similar pattern up here. Big breakdown. SPY also showed it. Dollar's taking a small breather. Coinbase is now coming in pretty sharply. It's almost given up all of its gains. So maybe that's telling us that Bitcoin's actually also going to see some sell side pressure. Big bounce on Eli Lilly. Really big bounce on Eli Lilly. Matching the SPY bounce. Remember that FSR chart, guys? We've gotten a technical breakout. We have gotten a technical breakout. You know, I mean, if conservative traders will wait for another 10-minute close above here, but it is looking likely that we should push higher here. And again, this one's a squeeze name. It could squeeze pretty ferociously since we are triggering a bullish breakout. Big bearish engulfing candle on the 10-minute dollar chart. Bitcoin's still trying to sell off a little bit. What's the volume like today on FSR? I mean, it's super light. Actually, decent amount of volume. Oh no, the average is 37 minutes, trading around 9.2, so not that crazy. First 4 hours, it's actually light volume, which means that the sell side pressure is abated in FSR. So this is just seeing steady accumulation. That's actually technically bullish. The fact that, take a look at coin, guys. Coin's coming in pretty sharply here. What's Bitcoin doing? I'm watching it on my other screen here. It is seeing a little bit of a 10-minute down candle. Still consolidating bullishly, but 57,000 appears to be a really big resistance at this point in time. SPY retracing to that technical breakdown zone. Let's see if it can push above. NVDA, FSR. So guys, LLY just hit my stop for a small gain. Stop loss was tagged on LLY for a gain of $2.33 per a share. That's some good lunch money. Big reversal in the dollar right now. Look at that reversal. So that's kind of an inverse move. SPY up, dollar down. It's exactly an inverse move. Let's actually keep our eye on the dollar here. But that's a big candle down on the dollar. First support, you can see we're tagging right now. But the indices have moved right back up to the high side. All right, guys, I'm going to go maybe pick up some long FSR. Still watching it closely. It is intriguing at these levels. 64 cents, and this is just a day trade. But we are starting to see it grind and push higher. Got it on open on my other chart here. It is trying to get a high pivot breakout. Microsoft, big 5-minute candle. Wow, what a push on Microsoft there. All right, FSR is breaking out here, guys. FSR is trying to break out here, so we're in now squeeze zone. We are in squeeze zone territory. Volume slightly upticking. Again, this is a speculative play on FSR, guys. It's not a long-term hold in my opinion. Although even though it's super depressed at these levels, it's still a very rare. It's a company that just burns through cash. Dollar's faded quite substantially. Almost going back to the flat side. It is flat right now, which is why indices have loved the underlying bid. I'd wait for a retest on FSR down to this 64 zone. That's what I'm waiting for. May not get it, but if we do get it, then we can look for a long trade, and then we just use the stop loss at around 63.30. I'm going to watch it on my other screen. Dollar is bouncing off first support that we discussed. Big wick. Big wick. CCJ analysis, please. Yeah, I'll look at CCJ there, Ram, and then oil. I'll answer both those questions. Let's look at CCJ first. CCJ, so Camco, uranium. We traded this, remember, we picked pretty much the near low yesterday. CCJ, I expected to retrace back to the 50 daily moving average or this upsloping trend line. So notice this trend line goes all the way back to your pivot high in April. pivot high, you broke out above it, dipped below it, broke out above it, double top. I expect the bulls to try to retest this trend line. If you get a daily close back above this trend line, you can move back to the previous highs. But let's look at URA. I'm sure the charts are very similar in nature. Yep, double top. URA, though, is a slightly different. You are at this EMA 113 on the daily, but notice how you got to close below it, confirm below it. I expect URA to retest this breakout zone. So that tells me that, okay, maybe it's not going to be a straight shot for CCJ. If this retests, likely this 2550 zone, even if it confluences, say uranium grinds over the next couple weeks down to this 2440 zone, you have huge support. Downsloping breakout trend line, flat bottom trend line with multi-pivot zones. So there's a lot of support there. But again, uranium has broken out on a lot of these charts, and it should yield more upside. You're in a strong technical uptrend, and it should yield more upside. But there's a chance in the short term for a retest of 2550, 2560, give or take. Hopefully that helped, Ram. Hopefully that helped. All right, let's take a look at oil, WTI. Look at the SPY trying to break out of the wedge pattern that we initially drew in. Got rejected, now coming in. So again, oil, I remain tactically bullish on oil. You have triggered an hourly bullish pattern on oil. Inverse head and shoulders. So that's looking pretty saucy and fire. Once if you hit the upside target of this hourly chart pattern, then you're into a big move up on the daily chart, because you're putting in all this bullish consolidation, and you'll have a much larger inverse head and shoulders on the daily chart, which could push you all the way up to 90. A couple resistance levels embedded in between, but oil looking certainly bullish in my opinion. All right, so semis, we're basically still flat on this SOXS trade. SOXS trade, we took it at 392. We're seeing SPY. I'm still holding SPY short. FSR, no position yet, but we are retesting that zone that I discussed. So let's pick up some FSR here, 64 cents. I just got filled. This is starter position. This is just a trade. I'll close this one, likely overnight. 64 cents I just got filled on FSR. Let's see how NVIDIA is doing again, the bellwether name. NVIDIA was saved off of the neckline here, still potentially forming a right shoulder. We'll watch it closely. So the dollar's now flat on the session. SPY is also flat. Notice how SPY is heavily correlated to the dollar. SPY flat, dollar flat. Dollar up, SPY negative. Dollar down, SPY positive now. Now we have seen scenarios where SPY still sells off, even if the dollar and yields are weak. I think that's a big scenario that we're waiting for in 2024. I think we will see that at some point, especially if the yield curve corrects itself. If that yield curve corrects itself, Dollar again has gone negative now on the session. Dollar is negative. It's 11 o'clock right now. I am going to have to hop off the mic for a little bit, take care of a few other things. We are seeing that FSR bounce nicely here. So we waited patiently for that one. We kind of telegraphed it. Look at that big gap up bounce. So this one should squeeze. I mean, you've now had a perfect technical retrace back to the head and inverse head and shoulders pattern here. And you could see FSR squeeze. SPY is still back in the wedge. It's right at the apex of this triangle. So it's either going to break up or break down. We keep getting rejected off the EMA 113. Nat gas is falling just a little bit here. Oil is trading above $78 now. Market's kind of just slowing down here a little bit. You bought a couple of stocks yesterday and getting 4% profit. Not sure to get rid of them. You bought CCJ at 40.40. Is that what CCJ is trading at? Let me just take a quick peek at CCJ again. Yeah, so 40.40 is a really good entry there, Ram. 40.40 is a really good entry. So you're down basically in this reversal pivot. So that's a really good entry. A lot of support here. I mean, this one, again, when you sell off initially from all-time highs, or sorry, from 52-week highs, you often get a really, really big bounce. In many cases, you actually get a bounce to new highs. So it's proper risk management, Ram, is to take profits along the way. But do you have a personal upside target in your opinion? Again, I've given you mine. I think a minimum retrace to 44 is likely. But I do think 44 retrace happens. However, there's still a chance we can dip a little bit lower based off of the actual uranium ETF. But at this point in time, I mean, it is more oversold. You are getting a nice daily RSI curling action. And this is a momentum-based commodity trade. And typically when commodities have momentum behind them, you see a really, really, really big push higher. Often they can overshoot to the upside much more than we think. So, I mean, I think you're okay. What I would personally do if I was you in that situation, I would just have a break-even stop loss and let the trade run. 4% is not that big, but 40.04. So let's just take a look. So 40.04. Yeah, I mean, so you're still much, much lower. I mean, you're even into this bar. So I would either put an in-the-money stop on your entry or a break-even stop. And then I think as you get into this gap fill zone around 43.50, maybe trim a little bit, maybe a quarter or a third of the position, move your stop to in the money. And then if you keep retracing higher, then you're in the driver's seat. But I would just put a break-even stop loss on the trade and watch it carefully. Hey, Briston, where do the chats that you get that are not on YouTube come from? I'm not following your question. Oh, it's sorry, Briston. I see what you mean. I do 2 streams, YouTube and TradingView. So we have viewers on TradingView as well, and we have viewers here on YouTube. So hopefully that helps. I get your question now. All right, let's look at that FSR trade again, because it is trying to still continue to squeeze here. We are up nicely on the trade now. This one has a shot to make a 20% move today, especially since the Russell's strong. So again, guys, we are already up a couple percent on this FSR. So nice job if you're in with us on the long side. We are in on the long side of FSR, still holding our SOXS long, still holding our SPY short, which are in the money, still holding XOM calls. Oil just made a new high of day, guys. Oil just made a new high of day. But FSR might squeeze. I could see this, it's not out of the realm of possibilities for FSR to hit its upside target today. Just with how depressed it is, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. Apple, NVDA, Microsoft, SMCI still negative. Tesla holding firm. Bitcoin holding firm. Tesla's actually curling down here, looking a little weak. All right, guys, I am going to put a slight in the money stop loss on Fisker at 64.26. Let's let this trade ride now. So in the money stop on FSR position, still holding the full position. And we're squeezing, we're squeezing, we're squeezing. The squeeze hasn't even happened yet, guys. The volume is still super, super light. Once we start seeing volume spikes, that's when you're going to see the bigger moves come. And basically that's going to tell us that shorts are covering and longs are still just holding. SPY weakening here. SPY weakening just a tad. Oil continuing to push. A little bit more heavier selling coming into the indices here. A little bit more heavier selling coming into the indices. Tesla looks like it could go negative today. It's only up 1% now. It's faded quite substantially from the 205.50 zone. Now it's trading at 201.50. So a nice $4 reversal down on Tesla. Microsoft still putting in a potential bear flag on the 5, 10, 20-minute chart. Still at hourly chart support. You're hugging the 50 hourly moving average and the EMA 113. But you've been consolidating there now for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 minutes. Does open up a potential for a drop. Fisker starting to move up nicely. All right, I'm going to adjust stops on Fisker, guys. I'm going to put it right at this green bar low. So we're locking in at least 1.1%. So stop on Fisker has been adjusted. Bitcoin's starting to roll over just a little bit here. Potentially losing this consolidation period. Let's look at Coin. Let's look at Mara. Mara has actually gone negative. My, oh my. Look at that. What about MSTR? All right, guys, I'm going to take a high-risk play here on MSTR. I'm going to take 840 0DT put. 840 0DTE put on MSTR. 840 0DT put. Let's play ball. And again, that's just kind of following the sympathy trade. Bitcoin losing this bullish consolidation range. And you have probably one of the more standout crypto stocks going negative. So we are taking a short trade on MSTR. Put option, sorry, on MSTR. So dollar has turned negative, guys. Dollar has turned negative. Here we go, guys. Here goes MSTR. SPY as well. Bitcoin seeing some more distribution. Let's look at that FSR. That one's still just hugging the upside. Again, the trade is kind of risk-free at this point since we have a stop loss in the money. Let's look at the SOXS. Guys, Tesla put options look kind of appealing here. If we lose this green candle, you're going to fill this gap. Look at Amazon. Amazon too has been weak pretty much all session. We're at the low end of this range, so there is support here, which is why you've seen such a lot of bottom wicks. Big question is, are we going to see the Russell break down at all? Oil's still just climbing. Natural gas still just climbing. Let's look at that VKTX because that one's just been a monster. Look at that, just a continuous grind higher. Pure momentum trade off of the fundamental news that it just received. Wow, CCL. Carnival Cruise Corporation. We actually shorted this not too long ago for a nice double-digit gain. And I do believe it's almost back into our short range. Anybody know why Carnival Cruise is popping? Any news? I don't have a minute to check my news feed yet, but any news on Carnival Cruise? Fisker's coming down, guys. It may hit our stop. It may hit our stop. We will see. NHCL sympathy. Thank you, Briston. Thank you very much. Sorry, NCLH. My bad. Okay. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Thank you for that. This chart doesn't look bad, actually. Negative earnings, positive reaction, gapping above the 50. I mean, this chart has legs. If we, I mean, your first resistance that I see, I think we could push up to 2074 on NCLH. You break through that, I mean, you have a really bullish chart setup here. Wow. Longer term time frame. Getting above the weekly EMA 113. Notice how you've been rejected here off that EMA 113 on the weekly chart. Then you got above it, sold off, got above it, sold off. Looking certainly interesting. You YOLO'd some cheap 19 calls for earning? Wow. Wow, those are almost in the money. What a monster move. You're probably up massively. You'll hit those. That's going to probably hit today. 19. That's very close to hitting. A few pennies away. Those are going to pay. Those are printing. I'm sure they're printing. Wow. So FSR came down, never hit our stop, so we're still remaining long on the trade. Still remaining long on the trade. Still seeing our MSTR starting to come down a little bit. That's good to see. That's good to see. These puts can print today if MSTR keeps selling. Just one second, I'm getting a phone call, guys. All right, so we're seeing SPY continuing to fall here. Weakness in the mega cap tech. Microsoft's looking like it wants to go for a new low of day. SOX position is starting to push up for us. So hopefully we can continue to see some weakness creep in. SPY looks like it wants to go for a new low of day as well. Russell's still holding up okay. Oil's still holding up. Nat gas still holding up. Bitcoin got a little bit of a bounce. Still see Tesla likely going negative at some point today. That's certainly looking likely based off of the trend and weakening from the highs. Amazon's pretty much at the lows of the session. Microsoft's almost at the lows of the session. Personally, Ram, I don't think I'm going to buy NCLH. I mean, we can look at this. Unless we get some sort of I don't like chasing the big gap ups, up 17%. I can't chase that right now. What I will be looking for, though, or what you should look for, though, is if you consolidate above this gap fill, see this bearish breakdown bar? And then notice how after that huge red bar sell-off candle on volume, you gap down the next day. This is a volume liquidity pocket. So if I were to buy this, I'm not saying I am, but if I were to buy this, I would want to start keeping daily consolidation above this gap. So right now we're above it. You can see we're also above this pivot high. NCLH, if it consolidates and builds a little bit of a flag pattern, sideways choppy flag pattern, then I could look for a long trade into this zone. So that's how I would personally play NCLH. I would look for it to hold above this gap, and then I'd wait for it to form some sort of a tight bull flag consolidation. We may never get that consolidation. You may just keep pushing into resistance, or we could sell off tomorrow. It's really a big thing. The one thing about these cruise lines and transport stocks and any of these names, they can greatly be affected by oil. If oil breaks out, all of the transport stocks, are going to be hit. Even the names of CCL and NCLH. So it's certainly something you have to pay attention to, because oil will affect all of these companies' underlying direct costs. Their biggest expenditure is their energy costs, their fuel costs. It takes a lot of energy to run these massive ships. So again, if oil breaks out and keeps trending higher, it starts to squeeze their margins a little bit more. These stocks, in my opinion, have had a really cheap oil for quite a long time, and they're still in a weekly downtrend. Lower highs. You are making higher lows, but you're just really stuck in this long-term wedge pattern. So, I mean, you could push up to the high, then you could push down to the low. It really isn't a short at this zone, in my opinion, nor is it a long yet. One of the members actually caught $19 calls on NCLH, so those are printing for sure. I mean, you can give yourself some calls on the upside and give yourself plenty of time on the clock. That's certainly a way to play it. All right, guys, take a look at FSR. Continuing to squeeze here. Beautiful, beautiful trade, guys. Small cap, and one of the reasons we played this is why small caps were strong. So I'm going to adjust the stop loss higher now. 65 cent stop on FSR. 65 cent stop on FSR. So again, we're banking now 1.5%. FSR still squeezing. Let's take a look at crypto. So Bitcoin's moved right back up, almost near the highs of the session. You look at Microsoft, it's still lagging and underperforming the market, kind of trending lower here at this point in time. Microsoft, is actually losing this impulse green candle bar. So that was a big impulse green candle, and you've just lost it. That's extremely bearish. That's extremely bearish on Microsoft, guys. Very, very bearish. SPY's negative, Qs are slightly green, just ever so slightly green. That's a nasty technical breakdown in Microsoft, the largest company in the world. All right, we'll keep watching FSR. That one's still chugging along. Let's look at our SOXS trade. That one, we're basically flat. I mean, it's just weird that semis are still holding up so. Again, I think it's probably because due to crypto. I really do. All right, so Microsoft's testing the lows of the session. SoFi breaking out of a wedge. Let's take a look, Tom. Thanks, guys. Yeah, if you ever see any charts and you want me to pull them up, just type it in the chat. I only have 2 eyeballs, so we have quite a few viewers in here, and it always helps when people are scanning the market and looking for other trade setups, because there's things that I miss. I can't see everything. I can't be in all the trades. But SoFi, let's look at SoFi. Yeah, I mean, that's a nice breakout. That's a nice technical chart setup. On the intraday, it's up 5%. Daily chart, ooh, yeah, daily chart looks pretty primed for more upside. You know, you are approaching some of these resistance pivots, but that was a nice little move. Consolidation right on that EMA 113. Can't believe I didn't see this setup earlier. I usually do look at SoFi. You can see a short-term breakout here on SoFi, a nice bullish gap up. So that's a very, very strong positive at the moment. I think SoFi has a really strong chance of basically pushing back up into this zone. It's 996, so I mean, maybe $10 calls probably look juicy. For a day trade though, I mean, probably want to move up into this resistance zone. Let's see the 5-minute chart again. Yeah, that's looking healthy. I mean, this probably continues higher. This probably does continue higher. Just been really grinding all day. What's the volume on this breakout? So, I mean, it's a little bit of a light volume candle. Let's see the hourly chart. Hourly chart's a little bit better. You are seeing an influx. Yeah, it's a nice setup. That one could squeeze to 945 today, which would imply roughly another 4.48% upside move. And that kind of aligns with strength in the Russell. All right, so Microsoft is being defended at the lows. NVIDIA is still underneath the neckline. But look at FSR go, guys. Still squeezing. I'm going to move my stop up on FSR. 65, just right underneath this green bar. Low, 65.35. So we're now banking over 2% per share. I'm trying to see if we get a little pullback in FSR, and then we can maybe play it on the long side. I don't want to chase it yet. You know, I think a better risk to reward entry is if we get a retrace back into this 895 zone. That's your first Fibonacci zone off of just a simple gap up rally today. Obviously, that's a moving target if price action keeps going up. But we could probably buy a pullback in FSR. I think that we could buy a pullback. Dollar's making new lows here, guys. Dollar is negative, dollar is not making new lows, but it is negative. It is negative on the session. We haven't even really seen the squeeze occur, but look at that breakout on FSR. Huge move. Nice technical. It's up 10% now. And it's now starting to see some volume increasing. Look at that. So off of your breakout candle, you're now seeing a little first glimpse of short covering, guys. This one's going to squeeze. This one's going to squeeze. Just remember, keep protecting the trade since we're in. And that was a picture-perfect technical setup. We primed and ready. We said wait for the retest back to the neckline. Look at this momentum squeeze. Volume is upticking, guys. So this is stocks. You know, short coverings only work and short squeezes only work when stocks are moving up. That's when people who are shorting it get nervous and just say hell with it. We'll cover and we'll reassess it later. KBH, I'm in the money for KBH, $60 call, expiring March 15th. Your thoughts, please. Let's take a look at KBH. So the home builder stocks. Sorry, let me just read your. So your $60 call. Yeah, you're already heavily in the money, and you got time on the clock, and this is breaking out of a potential daily massive bull flag. You're in the driver's seat there, Ram. That's a nice trade. You're absolutely in the driver's seat. I mean, this pattern has a lot of legs. A lot of legs. You know, you're into all-time highs, so you're into new price discovery. You've had beautiful weekly consolidation, amazing daily consolidation. I mean, take a look at this weekly flag pattern. If you just do a measured fib move from your high to your low, you're looking at a extension move of 78, which would imply another 24%. So, you know, I would let these run. You have plenty of time on the clock. You know, you still have a couple weeks left. It's really up to you whether you want to take a little bit of profits off the table. I don't know how many cons you have, but it's always wise when you're in the money to at least trim a little bit of profits and give yourself a little bit of an extra buffer. You know, because when you take profits off of a trade, it's almost like you have a stop loss in place, you know, from losing your original principal. So I love taking profits on trades because it does allow you to have that extra buffer on the trade just in case it goes sour in some way. But right now it's looking strong. You know, I would continue to maybe hold that and just put a stop at break even. But those are looking poised. You know, you'll have resistance and just use these fib levels as your resistance targets. You know, sell a little bit more, trim a little bit more if we push there. But this chart is looking poised for a higher move. Now, the only thing that's concerning is you're inside of this. See this heavy weekly topping tail? That's where you had your biggest range of volume. So we have not confirmed a weekly close above that zone yet. So there's always a chance that this seller can start pushing it back down. So that's the only downside I see for this technical pattern, is that you haven't got a weekly close above this high pivot. You get a weekly close above this high pivot today, which the high is 506.99. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong chart. Why is my KBH chart not working for me? So the high pivot is $64 high. You're above that right now. You get a weekly close above 64. This one's going to rip. I think it will rip. So nice trade setup there, guys. That's a beautiful daily consolidation pattern. You just need to get that high 64 weekly close. Even a daily close is technically bullish. Nice find there. But yeah, you're in the driver's seat. So just continue to milk as much as you can, and just don't let the trade go against you. But you got a lot of time on the clock. All right, guys, I apologize about MSTR. It just absolutely ripped my face off on those puts. Still a chance that it can move higher. I'm actually looking to add another contract here at the 879 zone. So I just added another con at the 879 zone. And I am going to have to hop off the stream for a brief period here. But Bitcoin's trying to push back up to the high side. You're welcome, man. I'm going to keep that trade, that KBH trade, on watch. I mean, if KBH is doing that well, and FSR may hit our stop here, guys. FSR is close to hitting our stop loss. So 65.35 stop is intact. And again, MSTR, I did add a little bit more to the put side off this 881 zone. Sorry, 879 zone. SPY really just stuck in this lower high wedge pattern. You did make a lower low, not on a closing basis, but you did make a lower low. The Russell also just made a new high of day. The Russell's really loving the weak dollar. You know, if when it was stronger, it was under a little bit more pressure. Since it's weakened, it's really started to push up here. We are seeing Microsoft made a new low. That one's still looking weak on the daily chart session today. Excuse me. Oil's taking a small breather. A buy rating for a price target of 990. Did that upgrade come out today? Ram? It likely did. If that buy rating for MSTR came out today or upgrade to 990, classic Wall Street analyst, right? Bitcoin pops up, 9-10% in 2 days, and then they upgrade MSTR right after the pop. I mean, it's pretty easy to upgrade something after the underlying commodity or asset pops tremendously. So, I mean, Wall Street's always reactive. From what I've personally seen in most situations, upgrades often result, unless it's like a bellwether name like NVDA or something of that nature, or like the hot topic. You know, typically when a Wall Street upgrades a stock, you do get some sell side pressure. They like to use that liquidity to sell into it. And then later down the road, sure, maybe that upside target can be fulfilled. But in the short term, believe it or not, Wall Street upgrades or analysts actually make me bearish. You look at track records of analysts, and most of them have pretty horrific track records. Thanks, Briston. Hit that likes, folks. Yeah, that would be appreciated. So FSR almost hit our stop there, but not quite. We're still holding a SPY short off this 506.28 level. I still have a downside target of 504.64. Again, the fully measured move today could take us all the way down to 502, just above 502 maybe. Not saying that's the likely scenario, but it's a scenario that could happen. The more likelier scenario today, I think, is this 504.64. That's the measured move of this head and shoulders pattern that we discussed. The DXY now is starting to try to bounce. Notice how we broke this support trend line. Now we're trying to retest higher here. So we'll watch that closely. Still holding a long on SOXS. We're up about 1 penny on the trade, so it's nothing crazy. Still writing XOM calls. Jim Craver is never wrong. I know. Where do you guys think I get all my trades from? I've signed up for his membership or whatever his thing is for. You're really not getting my trades. You're getting Jim Cramer trades. No, I mean, you know, Jim Cramer, a lot of the stocks he talks about on Fast Money or whatever his show is called, a lot of the stocks that he talks about, he doesn't even invest in. You know, in his paid premium service, he actually has a decent track record. I mean, the guy's worth over 100 million. So he's obviously done something right. But when you have millions of followers, yeah, sure, I do think he runs a bit of a pump and dump at times. You know, I know there's even ETFs that are short inverse Kramer and then long Kramer. What are they called? Like Slim Jim or something? Or what's that? Kramer ETF called Slim. What's that? Slim J? I can't remember. Why am I thinking Slim Jim? Does anyone know what those ETFs are called again? Those Kramer ETFs? All right, big technical breakdown in the SPY, guys. We're still in the driver's seat here. We're up nicely on that short. About 75 cents on the position. Let's look at MSTR. That one's slowly coming in. Bigger breakdown coming into the picture here. Guys, FSR is about to trigger our stop loss. So keep close tabs on that name, on that ticker. You have AMD basically trying to go back to the negative side. Tesla's had a nice 30-minute bounce. Meta's had a nice 40-minute sell-off. Apple looks like it wants to test the low of the day. So it's also weak on the session, down 0.19%. SGIM. Thank you, SGIM. That's what it was called. Thank you, Tom. SGIM. NRAM. Thank you. Jim and SGIM. That was so obvious. Why the heck didn't I remember? I was thinking Slim Jim or something like that. SGIM. I don't know what I was thinking. Why isn't it not coming up, though? Are they still running, those ETFs? Because I don't even see it here on TradingView. Let me pull it up on my brokerage just to see something here. Yeah, I'm not even seeing it. Anyways, I mean, it's not important. So we're seeing the semiconductors trying to push up just a little bit here. The bear ETF now up 2 cents on the trade. Oil's taking a tiny breather, still above 78. Heavy consolidation on oil. All right, guys, I just have to hop off the mic for a quick moment, maybe an hour or so, or two. If anything changes regarding the trades, I will put them in the chat box here on YouTube. Thank you, Briston. As of 13th Feb, SGIM to be liquidated. Wow. Wow. That should tell you something. Anyways, I'm going to hop off the mic, have a couple other things to do. Got to get my new tenant his keys as he's moving in a couple days. But I will be back on for the afternoon session. And if anything changes regarding the trades, guys, I will post it in the chat box. Only the YouTube chat box. I can't do the TradingView chat box without my main desktop setup here. But I will post the trade updates in the YouTube chat box. So still holding the SOXS, still holding the SPY short. In case the markets rip and rally, I'm just going to put a break-even stop loss on SPY. Okay. FSR, we already have an in-the-money stop, so that trade is kind of risk-free. Holding MSTR puts, we added at 879. And holding NVDA, 770 puts. And holding XOM calls, FSR long. So on that note, congrats on the trades that we took today. We already banked quite a few winners, a couple winners, and we're in the driver's seat as well. Just to let you know, FSR did just tag my stop. So that trade is now complete. We did bank quite a nice little trade, just over 2% on that day trade. So nice job on FSR, guys. Nice job. On that note, I'm going to hop off here, and we'll see you guys in a bit. Thank you for tuning in.